am Christina Sorrento, and I'm the Chief of the Intake and Regulatory Coordination Division, and this is the DRC meeting for Parcel M, Washington Science Center. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded. Your lead reviewer is Parker, and he just brought up the plans. Thank you, Parker. The purpose of this meeting is really for the applicant to ask any questions you might have based upon the comments you received. I'll hand it over to Parker first for him to highlight any of the major issues and then turn it over to the applicant.
Yeah, hi. I don't think we have any two major issues. We had some internal discussion about the amount of disturbance on site. I know that you guys are doing a lot of mulching, and we ultimately did come to this determination that that doesn't count as clearing or as disturbance really. So everything remains under 5,000 square feet for sediment control and forest conservation purposes. I had a few just inquiries about how this north-south trail is going to work. There seemed to be like sort of an awkward portion where there's an existing asphalt trail that may run alongside it. And then I guess the only other thing is that there might have been some confusion about the DOT review of the traffic study. I think I have that right. But it sounds like it's on the way to being resolved. It looked like we got receipt of your payment for the DOT review of that traffic study. So those are the major things I think for us, but happy to take any questions the applicant has.
This is Rebecca. I'd like to, from DOT. So we don't review the site plan. We defer to DPS for that. The confusion for the fee was you guys do not pay a site plan fee, but you do pay a TIS fee, which you paid, and I appreciate that. One of our comments from our traffic group was that we would like you to replace the span wire with poles. I believe the county is going through that right now. And that's our significant comment.
And Rebecca, when can we expect the rest of the comments?
I mean, I think the traffic, I can't recall, Richard, if I had given you comments for traffic. If not, I will give them to you today.
Yeah, I think you were waiting to make sure the payment cleared. So I just want to make sure that we have the universe of what we need.
Yeah, I think that was our most significant. I think that there was another comment on the one intersection that's in the RUD policy area. I think you still need to study that intersection.
Okay, and we have Nick on, I believe.
Yeah, we're aware of the comment. I think Richard had the same comment on the intersection in the RUD policy area. We have the data for that. We just didn't include it in the table, so that's easy to add. Mm-hmm. I guess, Rebecca, since we're there, what is the sort of reasoning? I mean, in terms of this application, it's a very small change. They're basically swapping out some office for some daycare. So what is the reasoning or justification behind requesting a swap from strain wire to poles? I mean, that's a substantial cost.
Right, and the intersection is on your site. It's for your access to your property, and I'm not specifically understood, but I do know the county is going through. And replacing all those span wires with poles. So we can have another discussion about it further, and my traffic group can give you more information.
Okay.
And I think the other thing, and I don't know, Rebecca, you can say whether you want to be on this call or not, but I think the other thing, Nick, is we wanted to set up a time. We don't need to do it right now, but just we want to circle back to have a conversation about the identified improvements and prioritizing those. And Nick, you can jump in on that. There's something.
Yeah, I guess, I don't know that there's a ton to discuss here, but just, in terms of the cost cap, in terms of the offsites for this is somewhere around $10,000. It's, I think 11 and some change. So there's not a ton to be done. But, our thought was to go forward with providing the list of you know, kind of the preferred option, and then a couple backup options, I think, is the direction we're supposed to go with this. So our thought was to get that list together and then maybe just have a quick huddle with, you know, with team from Park and Planning, and Rebecca, I don't know if you DOT would want to be there for that as well, but just to make sure that we're prioritizing the right improvements that, again, you know, there's not a ton that can be done within that cost cap, but that we have the right things.
So are there any ADA deficiencies?
There were a handful. I mean, there are some ramps that can be that don't have detectable warning surface, and you know, some kind of minor stuff like that that I think we could do. Is that what you would recommend?
That's what DOT recommends, but because what I don't want is I don't want ADA deficiencies out there and something to happen.
Okay.
But we'll have to coordinate. And yes, I would like to be involved.
Okay.
I think this is Richard. Yeah, go ahead and prioritize the way that you'd like to, and then let's circle back up and just talk through that.
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess quick question on that, Richard. There was one, there's a crosswalk recommended about 250 feet, I guess, north of the site that, you know, we didn't, just from a traffic engineering perspective and kind of safety perspective, I think we said in our study we didn't think was particularly safe or a good idea, given that there's a signalized intersection right there. But one of your comments was, you know, just because we don't agree with it, that it is recommended and evaluated as part of the block map. I mean, that's an improvement that we could probably do within the cost cap, but is that, you know, in my mind, that's probably not something that you guys would want to prioritize. So I guess,
yeah, I wouldn't say that that's up there on the priority for us, but just acknowledging the deficiency, I think, is what we're getting at.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. All right. So we'll follow up to coordinate. Just probably don't need more than a half-hour meeting to just kind of talk through a couple things, and we'll send over a list of you know, our thoughts on improvements before that meeting.
Sounds good.
Great. Thank you.
Great. And so the other main comment that we saw was on the path. It is intended to be mulch, as you note, which I think is consistent with to the north. I don't know. We saw it was, I think they called it pervious or something. It was never specifically called out as mulch, but that was our understanding of it, like a natural surface, I think they called it. So that's the intent. I know there was a question about bikes. I mean, I think this is more off-road bike than you're not going to bring your street bike on there, but it should be okay for off-road biking. I can let Kevin address the comment about the duplicative paths that run by each other, but I think generally we wanted to identify who at parks we should be coordinating with on that connection to the south, so we can have a follow-up meeting to understand what they're doing stream restoration wise and how that you know, how this connection needs to be made. And then the other comment that we wanted to talk about was the request for a connection going east-west, because as you know, the property to the east is still just an office building, and whether it's appropriate to just make that connection and dead end it. So those were kind of our questions and comments on that. Kevin, do you want to start with the trails running by each other?
Yes, the idea that we had was in that area, there's the existing trail that runs along the side of the garage that we're really just overlapping that with this trail. It is the one spot on the site that has steeper slopes because of the excavation that was done around the side of the garage. And we were basically just going to widen it out from the existing 5 foot or 4 foot, it's a little over 4 foot wide asphalt, and just complete the width with the mulch. So it's, they have a little more, take advantage of the fact that there's a hard surface there on the steep slope portion of it, steeper slope. It's around 11%, I think it is.
Okay. So you're going to use those sort of two halves of surface to make the full width? Is that what I'm hearing?
That was the idea.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have to think on that one. To me, just off the cuff right now, it feels like it might make more sense to have a full width of one surface than sort of splitting the baby.
Okay.
But
I mean, we were trying to find a route towards the stream that had the least amount of slope on it. And
Okay.
and that area seemed to, since there was already the trail there, it seemed that would help make that connection with the least amount of disturbance to anything.
Okay, well, we can discuss that.
Yeah.
Further later. In terms of your parks contact, it's going to be Henry Coppola. I'm not sure if he's on the call today. I think he's on jury duty.
He's not on.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not here. I'm here representing Henry, though, if there are anything that I can answer. This is Doug Stevens with Parks.
Hey,
Yeah,
Doug,
so-
unless you disagree, I mean, it seems like we should probably just set a follow-up meeting to kind of go through how that connection is going to be made and what the considerations are.
Yeah, I think that is the best way. So you can work with Henry for that. Please include. I guess I can send you guys my email as well, or Parker maybe can provide that to you, because Henry's on jury duty and we don't know exactly when he's going to be back at this point. Hopefully it's tomorrow, but it might not be. So if you don't mind, include me on that as well. But Henry or I will set that up, and we'll get we'll get the right trails people there, so that we can have a thoughtful discussion with you about that.
Great.
Yeah, and we have sort of a built-in work session time after this DRC, I guess a week from today. If you guys want to take advantage of that to have sort of a scheduled time to work through some of the parks issues and trail stuff.
Great.
So when we get to the end of this, after you've just discussed everything that you need to discuss, we can talk about whether you want to use that work session. That would be next Tuesday.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think if Henry and Doug and whoever else is already reserved at that time, I know how hard it can be to get everyone in the room at the same time, so that would be great.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I guess the other question was the east-west connection and how that wants to be handled.
Yeah, so that's another thing that is pretty explicitly outlined in the master plan. I think we would want to at least see something that goes toward, accomplishing that recommendation. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world if it sort of dead ends and waits for the next redevelopment down the line. But we can discuss in further detail at the work session.
The other question I had was on the forest conservation. You said you're accepting that we're under 5,000 of disturbance to the forest, so we would go ahead and submit for a forest conservation exemption for this then?
I believe that's correct. I believe we were recommending the T2.
T2, okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's.
Sounds about right. All right, we can get that paperwork started.
Great.
Did you have anything else, Kevin, or anyone else on our team to cover? Those were kind of the two big issues.
No, I think those were the big issues, I think. Just as a note while we're here, the lift that we're installing is an exterior lift. It's designed to be outside, and the actual lift itself is enclosed, and we can send you the cut sheets and everything for that lift.
Okay.
Okay, so I think that's it, Christina, and it sounds like we do want to avail ourselves of the meeting next week. Is it, what time is that? Is it the same
That's
time?
something we'll send you an invite for either today or tomorrow. And it's just the parks item that you need to discuss. Is there anybody else that you need in the room?
I don't believe so. I think it's really just the parks connections and how those
Yeah.
are handled.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Christina Sorrento. I'm the chief of the Intake and Regulatory Coordination Division, and this is the DRC meeting for Wildwood Manor Swim Club. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded. Tamika Graham is your reviewer, and she's brought up the plan. I'll have Tamika just highlight any major issues and then turn it over to the applicant so you can ask any questions you have based upon the comments that you received. Tamika?
Thanks. Good morning, everyone. Again, Tamika Graham with Mid-County Planning. Good to see everyone again. I just wanted to reiterate that, from planning staff's perspective, we do understand that, a neighborhood serving pool is a community asset. And so we're really looking forward to continuing to collaborate with you and to work efficiently with your team and with the other agencies to move this along quickly, because we do recognize that you have a unique schedule, and so we're aware of that. Fortunately, we did have the opportunity to meet with you last week to cover some of our big ticket items. I hope that meeting was helpful. I hope it was helpful to also cover a rough timeline. I also wanted to say thank you for the email that went out and sending us in advance some of your concerns to talk about today. I definitely understand that from your perspective, when you consider your scope, you may not understand the magnitude of some of the comments that the agencies have provided. But regardless of the scope, we really are looking at it from the perspective of all of the laws and the regulations and policies that we have in place at this time. And so that's how we are reviewing this application. I think I just want to point out before we respond to some of those issues that are priority issues that you raised in your correspondence, I did want to underscore another section of the subdivision regulations. In my comments, I listed out a number of sections to direct your attention to in your responses, but I also want to make sure that you're also aware of section 50.6.3.2. I'm sorry, that was one of the sections I noted. An additional section was 50.6.1.A, and that's really looking at the requirements for existing institutional uses. Because you will not be coming in for a subsequent site plan, you would be required to provide additional information for lighting and landscaping in addition to your parking lot layout. And so there were some comments about what's happening with the parking lot, but I just wanted to bring that particular section to your attention when you provide your responses. So some of the items that you had mentioned with the street design elements, this is a subdivision application. And so really at this time, that's when the agencies will look at the right of way and the cross sections, and you are proposing changes to your driveway. And so that's really the genesis of some of those comments. The agencies need to be able to thoroughly examine the changes that you're proposing there. You had also noted the ADA comment on Cheshire Drive. I just wanted to underline, and we talked a little bit about this last week, but we want the site to respect our environmental guidelines, and so we're not asking you to encroach upon any sensitive areas on the site, but we are asking you to take a look at some of the opportunities to provide ADA accessibility on the site. And as we said in our comments, we're open to having a conversation about that and what that looks like and how it can work with some of the environmental constraints. The other big ticket item we talked a little bit about last week. I imagine that we're going to continue to talk about it past this meeting, but in relation to the de minimis payment for the sidewalk, we again recognized your concerns. We've taken a thorough look at our policy. We feel very confident that we are applying our policy consistently to your project, no different than any other site that would be subject to the provision of this payment. Basically, what's really driving up the cost is the the amount of frontage that your site has, right? So you have a substantial amount of frontage and you also have dual frontage. And so the lot configuration is what it is. And so that's how that calculation, lands. But we're happy to continue this conversation. We're happy to hear back from you and your written responses. If you'd also like to explore maybe what you can do instead of the payment, I mean, the other option is to actually construct some improvements. And if you have a proposal for us, you'd like us to evaluate, again, respecting our environmental guidelines, we're happy to have that conversation with you. And then I think the last thing, the other big ticket item is the cemetery. We recognize, the timeline that you're on and some of the requirements that the subdivision regulations require. We also have our burial site guidelines, which we outlined with you at the last meeting. We have a process that we have to follow. The cemetery will need to be delineated prior to approval of the subdivision. And so I think the alternative that you had presented to staff will not work for us. We have to work within our process. And our team from Historic Preservation will continue to work with you. But those guidelines specifically state that the applicant is required to do the investigation. And so that's something that we would expect you to do prior to our recommendation of approval. And then also just to highlight again, another concern with forest conservation and the cemetery is that we really need that LOD to be, firmed up. And so if we move along the cemetery process or we move along the forest conservation and the cemetery process is not pinned down, that can be problematic. And so we really like those two processes to line up. I hope I answered or responded to some of your top concerns. And at the end, I'm happy to circle back and talk about the schedule again and how we can get you sort of lined up so you can get to your construction during the off season, which we recognize is a priority for you.
Thank you, Tamika. I appreciate the explanation. I do have a couple questions I was hoping that we could review a little bit. I think given the comments as presented, there probably needs to be some follow-up meetings. But as it relates to the cemetery, I'll be reaching out to Brian shortly. I believe Lyle from the Ottery Group may have already reached out. But we did find some mapping from 1961 that delineated the cemetery, and we believe that the cemetery may have been relocated prior to the construction of the pool. And we're trying to find some evidence of that to help aid with the archaeological investigation to confirm that. So that is underway, and we'll be reaching out to Brian to provide him the information that we've been able to dig up from the archives, I guess, for the historian for the pool, and just so that there's some additional information there to help inform the process. But we do believe that the graves may have been relocated prior to the pool construction. So that piece is, I guess, moving along, and I guess we'll continue to coordinate with Brian as we move forward. I wanted to talk about the frontage improvements and the entrance changes and things. The entrance on Hatherley is existing, and Tamika, you noted that it appears that from what you said that the fact that we're modifying the entrance is what's kicking us into needing these frontage improvements. I don't know if I misheard that or not, but the entrance as it sits today, it's only being widened to accommodate fire access. The pool has no desire actually to do the entrance work if it wasn't for trying to accommodate getting the fire truck into the site, which it currently cannot. So can you confirm, is that the trigger?
Well, I believe we had a comment, but I also believe that was a requirement from MCDOT as well.
Right. So
Also
I,
requested the cross sections for the road.
sure. So I was curious, and I don't know if somebody can speak to this, but as it relates, there are some exceptions to the requirement for lot frontage. And yeah, Hatherley, certainly there is no sidewalks. There's never been sidewalks. And I don't know, given the environmental constraints, that there ever will be sidewalks. But that a sidewalk or side path on a neighborhood street serving fewer than 75 dwelling units, you know,
This
where,
is DOT.
okay,
I don't think that anybody's asking you to construct the sidewalk. I think you need to show it on the plan, and then you get a fee waive. You pay the fee and you get the sidewalk waived, so you don't have to construct it. However, you're going through a preliminary plan or whatever this is, admin sub, and that's where the frontage improvements are required. Now, if you can't meet fire's not on today, but fire has specific reasoning, and if you have to meet fire department compliant access, then it's required for you to construct it.
right. I guess I understand that we're not being asked to actually construct it, that there'll be a fee in lieu. And I guess I'm trying to understand the applicability.
You're going through an admin subdivision, frontage improvements are required, and that's where this is being triggered.
But I guess the question is, are there any exceptions to that, or can the fee be
No.
paid? Because there's 300 members that are going to have to pay this money, and they're just, working families like everybody else that want to take their kids to the pool every week. It doesn't seem like it's a.
I mean, my personal opinion is there should be a sidewalk, but because of the trees, then, and I don't, we put sidewalks everywhere. DOT, everybody here on planning, everybody wants sidewalks. We don't want people walking in the streets. It's not safe. But because of the trees or environmental setting or something like that, then people have said that you don't have to build the sidewalk. You have to pay the fee in lieu. So, and that is the waiver. So, and if this is actually not, the driveway that you show here is not, this is not what we would build. I don't know exactly. Maybe DPS can tell you exactly what you're required to build. But as far as I know, and somebody else from planning can speak up, but that's the requirement.
Okay. As a corner lot, can we pick our frontage? And I mean, so the frontage applies to both streets for the fee calculation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, this is Sam over at DPS right away. Is there any concern about the driveway, Rebecca, that you wanted to, you raised?
I don't know if they have to build it or not. I'm not requiring them to build the driveway. I don't know why it's shown like that. I mean, if you're not building it, then I'm not sure why you show that you're actually building it, because that's what it appears like.
We are building it. We have a right-of-way
Yes,
permit
yeah.
that's pending approval on receipt of our DNR roadside tree permit. The entrance has to be widened to accommodate the turning movements of the fire truck into the site.
Right, that was my understanding too.
Yeah, the right-of-way permit's already been filed, and it's been through a couple rounds of review and been addressed. So that will need to be constructed. That LOD and that impervious area is already accounted for in our stormwater concept. But we do need to provide that access for the fire truck. So and then similarly, the parking lot is expanded so that we can circulate a fire truck around and get it back out. So those are some of the requirements of why we're expanding making the parking lot bigger. But we are not, in this particular case, expanding the building or changing the building. The building's just getting renovated. The footprint of the building is staying the same. We're literally just trying to remove a lot line and record a lot so that we can obtain building permits. The pool and the building are already there, as is the parking lot. The pool is getting replaced to meet codes. So I think something I think we'll be exploring is whether or not this subdivision is even required to pull our permits. That's really the only reason that we're going through this process. So we'll be following up to see if that's something that is applicable. As it relates to the ADA issue, I think access to Cheshire from the pool facility is, given the environmental constraints, is probably technically infeasible. It would require a significant ramp system and a lot of disturbance to specimen trees and stream buffer. ADA access to Hatherley may be more, I guess, feasible. It's just a matter of widening the entrance to accommodate a walkway. Except there's no receiving facility on Hatherley. There's no existing sidewalks. So I guess that would be part of the discussion that we would have is, does it make sense to construct an ADA access route to a location where there's nothing to receive it in terms of a sidewalk? Is that something that we would discuss? Do we put in a response, or is that something that we discuss today, or should I follow up on the specific comments about ADA with the person that made the comments?
Yeah, Jason, this is Matt Folden. I think having a little bit of a conversation about this and a response would be helpful, just specifically identifying the constraints. And as Tamika said, we're looking into the frontage improvement requirements per your email yesterday, just to make sure that everything is consistent with the policy. We believe that it is, and this is the way we've handled subdivisions. There's a lot of precedent for this, and so I think the comments are consistent with a subdivision application, just as far as frontage improvements goes. It's not necessarily the access point reconfiguration. It really is about the frontage and what's being brought before us. Part of what would be helpful in your response is also clarifying what exactly is being proposed, because we've heard that there's no expansion, but the plans do show a larger parking lot. They show a larger pool. So there seems to be an expansion. We're hearing that there's no expansion. So there's a little bit of disagreement between the application materials and what we've heard verbally from your team. And so just having a really good understanding of exactly what's going on here. One last thing that I just want to say in closing on that point is I did look at the special exception modification that was granted by the Board of Appeals. And I saw where the Board of Appeals found that there was no expansion in the transportation impact, that there was no expansion in membership, that there was no expansion in the use. But I didn't see in the record where there was any cap on hours of operation or membership. And so maybe that gets to the point here about really no impact. From a proportionality standpoint, maybe the administrative subdivision can acknowledge how many families are members today and set that as a cap to really capture that and reinforce the Board of Appeals opinion. These are just some of the things we're talking about internally, but I think that's something that might get us a little bit closer to the finish line.
I think the pool has bylaws that they operate under, and I believe there's a cap on the number of memberships or families that can be members of the pool that are in those bylaws. So that hasn't. Nobody's proposing to change that. We can provide those bylaws.
Yeah, that's. Sorry, Jason, I'll just interrupt you for 1 second. That's helpful to know. And if you submit that with your application materials, when you submit a revision, perhaps that can be included as a condition of approval, because, as far as proportionality goes, those bylaws can be changed without any review by the planning department. And so if we're finding that there's no increase in impact, no expansion of use, if we condition that as part of a subdivision, then that's something that we have control over. I don't know if you see what I'm saying there with the connection, but
I do. And I mean, I agree. I mean, there is a physical expansion of the pool because the current pool doesn't meet any codes. For instance, the dive well is going to be nearly double the size because from an insurance requirement, it has to be wider and deeper and longer so that they can dive. It has nothing to do with the fact they just want a bigger pool just because. And similarly, the pool will have 8 lanes because of the need to meet the requirements for the lanes to be a certain width and whatnot. So that the pool is physically bigger, but I guess in the spirit of the project, it's being expanded, but the same group of people, the same number of families, the same use it's all going to be the same. It's just there will be a physically bigger pool. The pool house is just being renovated. That is not changing at all. And the parking lot is being expanded in footprint because the current parking lot does not meet standards in terms of space, size, or drive aisle. So we need to physically expand the footprint of the parking lot to allow for the fire truck to circulate and to have spaces that meet the county requirements in terms of size and orientation. So I don't think that there's a parking expansion. I will get the numbers on the plan, but it's going to be very similar to existing in terms of the counts. It'll just be compliant.
There's about 7 or 8 fewer parking spaces in the revised version than there are now. And I think that's a function of providing the lanes for the fire trucks.
Yeah, and the lanes we've laid them out, and we'll get the striping plan in there if it's not already to show that the parking stalls will meet county requirements where the current ones do not, and so that is leading to the expansion to try to bring it into conformance.
Yeah, and Jason, this is Matt again. I think all the things that you just said would be very helpful in a response.
Okay.
There was passing reference to modernization, but it didn't really comport with what was being shown in the plans. But having that additional information that you were just talking about bringing it up to specific codes and, the drive aisle widths are being expanded from, X feet to X feet, that kind of thing, really telling us why it's getting bigger, what exactly is happening, the membership, the hours. I think, if it's showing that it's an apples to apples comparison, that you're functionally ending up with the same facility, that helps us to get to where we need to be.
Yeah. Okay. I think we can explain that, and make it much clearer in terms of the use and functionality of the facility. That is going to be functionally the same, just a slightly bigger footprint to accommodate it. So I will write up a more detailed narrative.
Thank you.
And if you could also make the distinction between your daily hours of operation, I think you said they won't change, but then we'd also something about the expansion of your season. So if you could just clarify that as well.
And just
okay.
Back to your point on the ADA, again, I think we're open to different ideas and proposals. I think the comment was showing some kind of ADA accessible route within the site. But we, gave some consideration because that would, connect to the existing sidewalk network off of Cheshire. But if that's not feasible, I think that's fine. I think the comment is we just want to address the ADA accessibility within the site. So again, more information on that.
We do have accessible routes, which I'll indicate from the ADA parking stalls to the facility itself.
Okay. We have 2 more minutes. And I'll just put out there that there is the option to have a follow-up meeting next week if you have outstanding issues that still need to be discussed.
I do think that there'll be a lot of issues that we need to discuss, but are we allowed to follow up with individual reviewers that made the comments?
You can choose to do it either way. We have a follow-up meeting set for Tuesday next week, where we bring everybody that you need into the room to talk about it all at once. We usually find that to be more efficient, but if you want to do individual reviewers, that's up to you. Our goal is to keep you on time.
Yes. Then I guess it would be good to have that meeting then. And I will coordinate with Chris Rulin, the pool's representation. He couldn't be here today, but we'll, I guess, circle the wagons. And I think a lot of these comments we can easily address with some narrative and some tweaks to the plans. And I think we only have a couple items that will need further discussion.
Okay, which items, so I know who to bring into the room? Do you need DOT?
It would be, yes, probably DOT and Brian to discuss the cemetery study and timing.
Okay. All right. We will send something out about that.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening. Bye.
Okay, thanks, everybody.
I am Christina Sorrento. I'm the Chief of the Intake and Regulatory Coordination Division, and this is the DRC meeting for Pike Center. Your lead reviewer is Troy Leftwich, and this meeting is being recorded and live streamed. The purpose of this meeting is for the applicant to ask any questions you have based upon the comments you received. I will let Troy highlight any of the major issues to begin with, and then turn it over to the applicant. Go ahead, Troy.
Thank you, Christina. Let me just make sure. Can everybody see my screen? Let me just.
Yes.
All right. So overall, this is a concept plan amendment proposing. It's a proposal LMA. At this point, I don't think we have any issues with the request of the increase of zoning. The main part of the LMA is the residential increase of 0.75, and then the overall increase to 2.5, and then the overall increase of the R to the 2.25. Proposing 704 residential units, a little bit over 69,000 of commercial over 2 phases. Building A is the first phase. Looks like the majority of the commercial, looking at an anchor tenant in this area. Proposing a new road connection for Rollins Road. I think within our comments, one of the major comments is eliminating one of these entry points with primary focus on this service alley of Rockville Pike. Outside of that, I think, that was the major stuff. I think within our concept, I think some of the other items that y'all had asked for with the LMA, looks like you will have to have a forest conservation plan. I think y'all were asking for an NRI. I think there were some questions about the NPDU requirement because there was a discrepancy, or the public benefit points has a lower percentage at I think it's 12.5%, and then the master plan zone area requires a minimum of 15%. So you need to do at least the 15%. The public benefit points just hasn't really caught up to the zoning requirement. I did have a question where you're planning to do NPDU bonus density on this project. I didn't see the request, but it'd be good to know if that's part of the future thoughts of this project. Outside of that, I'll kind of turn it over to the applicant team to kind of go over some of the major concerns that they saw within the comments that was dished out.
Hi, Heather Delapolsky, land use and zoning attorney for the applicant, and we have our full team here. And thank you, Troy, for that really helpful overview. I think maybe just the way we'll sort of structure it. And I don't know that we really have actually too much to discuss with you all today. There were a few quick points of clarification that we just wanted to ask on some of the comments, and then just 1 or 2 of the comments that you just made, Troy. And I think largely, obviously we only have 20 minutes total here. And there were a lot of street section, I'll just kind of call it street section, but I think sort of like access sections, comments that would affect exactly how the section works out, which of course in turn would somewhat affect our building envelope. And I think our thought is that really wants to be a follow-up sort of drill down meeting, just because there are a lot of comments. I think that's the vast majority of the comments on that topic from both Park and Planning, DOT, and then maybe it might have been DPS right of way as well. So we did want to request a follow-up meeting. I know oftentimes Park and Planning, you guys kind of take the lead on setting that, especially when it's involving multiple agencies. But we thought that discussion unto itself definitely wants to be a follow-up meeting, because we cannot knock it out in the next 16 minutes. So, but just the quick sort of points of clarification, we did actually want to raise the MPDU issue. And to answer your question, Troy, we are not proposing any extra, I guess I would say any bonus MPDUs. We are proposing the required 15%. So we definitely know we have to do 15%. Our question in the SOJ with the concept plan that was just confirming that because here the 15% MPDU requirement is under the county code and based on, I guess, sort of census tract and AMI instead of based on zoning, we wanted to confirm that the public benefit points actually start running at 12.5% MPDUs. And then obviously we have to do the 15%. I believe that's how it works in the area that requires 15% based on census tract, but just wanted to clarify where the public benefit points, at what level they start running. And I do think it's 12.5% here.
Yeah, the public benefit points, from my understanding, does start at that 12.5, but I will double check and confirm, but I'm pretty sure that how it works. So you'll get that additional public benefit points plus the 15 of the minimum, since like I said, the public benefit point categories haven't really caught up to the actual minimum requirements of the area.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to, yeah, and it really more just a math issue, so we know, how many points we're calculating and how many points we need. Quick other question, in your comments on the SOJ, and this is comment number 2, we just weren't sure, and this is related to the PUE, and it says not PUE for 0 lot lines is required for this property. And we assume that that's no PUE, but just wanted to confirm that.
Yeah, so no PUEs will be required for the 0 lot line for this project.
Okay. And I guess I'll just ask FICA and HCM, that makes sense to you guys, right?
Yeah.
I am seeing nods and James says yes. So,
Yes.
okay, great. Let's see. Just also wanted to confirm, again, this is Troy, your comments on the SOJ, and it sounds like, yes, the Forest Conservation Plan is needed for the LMA. And I believe I was looking at the code yesterday. It looks like first we would do the NRI, that would get approved. The FCP would be prepared, and then the FCP is actually acted on by the planning board, I guess at the same hearing that the planning board gives their recommendation on the rezoning. Is that the correct understanding based on my reading of the code?
That's correct.
Okay, great. Well, glad to hear that I can read the code correctly. So just wanted to confirm that, and that's fine with us. We understand, and again, a lot of this is really just clarifying and making sure we understand things up front, and everybody's on the same page. One other thing that we did want to ask, but it sounds, Troy, you sort of said it, I think, in one of your first comments. We sort of gleaned from the comments, and I think in particular, the sort of the Word document, maybe it was that was titled design comments, and it seemed very supportive of the project. So we sort of took that to mean that staff is supportive of the rezoning. Of course, obviously, we have to show all of the findings can be satisfied and whatnot. But it sounds, Troy, based on your opening remarks, that generally speaking, yes, staff is supportive of the project, but also the rezoning that would necessitate the project. Again, understanding we have to satisfy the findings and whatnot. But is that accurate?
Yeah, I would say from our internal discussion, I think we don't have any issues with the request and the LMA proceeding with the LMA process and going through those steps to get the confirmation and things like that. But yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, I'm going to pause for a second, and I just obviously we wanted to touch on just sort of the follow-up item, getting that meeting arranged, and then I had just one other question, but let me just see if our team, because I've done all the talking so far, does our team have any questions or things that they want to ask that I haven't touched on yet?
Well, I did have a few one kind of comments. I know that there's a lot of transportation comments regarding streets and complete streets and dedication and so forth. Obviously, that has to be resolved prior to kind of taking the buildings a little further, because it starts to establish a buildable envelope for these for building placement. Obviously, we have to sort through all those, but I just want to make sure that that perhaps there should be a meeting at some point between all the transportation, both county and park and planning, just to make sure everyone's on the same page, so there's no conflict with regards to any interpretation of complete streets or anything like that. I think that's kind of important, an important first step to really start to hone in on establishing building placement. Just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, and I think that sort of just dovetails with my comment when we started, which is that, we just want to get a meeting with, again, I think it's MNCPPC, MCDPS, and then DOT. And, to Miguel's point that, yes, for rezoning, we don't necessarily need to firmly establish exact building envelope and footprint, but at this and from a legal side, but from sort of a practical and just sort of business side, I think Kimco needs to know early on what envelope they are dealing with. And it is really those street sections and, dedication and sidewalks and widths and all of that really affects the building envelope. So practically speaking, they need greater certainty on it earlier than we would legally speaking, if that makes sense.
No, I think that makes sense. Just in regards to just how our comments are laid out with the with the concept plan. Most of the comments did come from transportation, so it does make sense to kind of set up that grid and get that narrowed down so that we can kind of like I said, figure out the building envelope and go from there. Because I think all that dictate the neighborhood green and the open space, and then the work program, especially what we're requesting at the service alley. I think that may change the footprint of the building just off of it being proposed. If there's got to be some type of turnaround and that type of aspects of it. So we agree in regards of that probably being the first meeting, and then following up with probably the design team. Would probably be the next the follow-up meeting after the transportation meeting, before you probably submit the LMA. I would recommend those two meetings happening ahead of time, so you can kind of get that flushed out.
Yeah, and that's actually a great point. Just what you said in terms of the second meetings. I think another question that we were going to ask is that, and as you said, we're pretty heavy on the transportation and sort of street section comments. It was pretty light comments, we thought, in terms of sort of design and massing. And so, again, we sort of did want to have a greater discussion on that, just to sort of give Kimco some sense of, I won't call it certainty, but, just level of detail, maybe is a way of putting it, that I think would be, helpful before they're ready to file the local map amendment application. So I think the street section sort of informs the second meeting, but having those two meetings before we would submit the LMA seems to make a lot of sense. And I guess, Troy, I think the second meeting, the design, is probably really just us with MNC PPC, but I think that first meeting is sort of a larger group. So are you able to help coordinate herding all the cats, so to speak?
Yeah, Heather and Troy, this is Natasha, urban designer for Mid-County. So Heather, as you said, like our comments as far as the design was minimal, but a lot of our comments was also related to transportation, as far as like removing the entryway to the garage for block B for your second phase and lining it up to the phase one and removing the loading from Bow Avenue. So I think, Troy, it would be beneficial if the design team can also participate in the transportation meeting. And then, as Heather said, like the design, like since this is a concept plan, there was no floor plan massing in a detail. So our design comments was minimal, but it would be beneficial if we can kind of like make sure the streetscapes, as far as the design aspect of it, would be in line with what we are envisioning here. So if Troy, you don't mind like including me also, as far as for the meeting that you're setting up, I think one meeting should be enough for what we would like to discuss.
Yeah, that's great. We agree, Natasha. That sounds good.
Thank you.
But yeah, we can definitely get the meeting. I think MCDOT also invite SHA, since it is Rockville Pike, and then our internal transportation plan. I think Richard is the plan. It will at least will be at this. I'm not sure if he'll actually be assigned to the LMA one, but either way, he's the one that provide the comments to the transportation comments. So I'll have him at that meeting as well.
And should we have, I see we've got a Teak, and I thought I saw Sam Farhadi. Do we need MCDPS right of way also on the meeting?
Hi there. This is Sam over at DPS right away. Most of the comments came from DOT, I'm sorry, because we defer to DOT at this stage.
Okay.
This being concept. But if you think our presence would be beneficial, we'll be happy to attend.
Yeah, I guess I'm inclined, and maybe James, I'm looking to you too for your own foot. I'm sort of inclined in that direction, just because, I think not that I think this will happen, but that it probably would make sense just so that we don't get down the line and discover that somehow we overlooked something, in MCDPS's right of ways purview, and God forbid we get to sketch plan or even preliminary plan and we're like, oh shoot, that changes things. So I'm sort of inclined towards having you, not that I'm trying to waste your time, but I think it would be time well spent.
Sounds good.
Okay. All right. Well, I think that is all I had, and I think as a team, but I'll turn to our team one more time to see if there was anything else that we wanted to cover.
I have no further comments. I appreciate the review though.
Yeah, we greatly appreciate it. Really appreciate the detail, because that's absolutely what we were looking for in submitting this concept. And so we really always appreciate the forethought that you guys put into the concept plan process. I think it's great, and I always recommend it to clients, and I think they really appreciate it. So Abby, did you have anything?
Yeah, I just wanted to second that. Thank you for the review. I think we're looking forward to digging in on the traffic studies so we can kind of all get on the same page where service and loading and bike lanes and everything goes in the project and parallel parking. So we look forward to that meeting when it's scheduled so we can kind of work out those details.
All right. Well, Troy, if you feel free, once you kind of gather availability and whatnot, you can just coordinate through me, and I'll get with our team. And so we'll just I guess as next steps, look for some options for that. I was going to say tripartite, but it's 4 agencies. I don't know what is court-partite meeting that you're coordinating.
You can, if you could shoot me some days that work good for your team, that can help me get the ball rolling on our end in regards of availability and go from there.
And actually, I was going to say, I believe, I neglected to say this earlier, I think what our team talked about when we were reviewing comments yesterday is that we actually are going to try to put pen to paper on the plans a little bit and sort of because there are a lot of comments, and sort of take them and digest them as best we can. And I think at least illustrate our next best attempt in response to the comments. And then the idea would be that we would email that out to the group that we'll be meeting with in advance so that everybody can put eyes on it. And then hopefully we can kind of have a good working meeting. So I suspect, and I'll get with our team on this, that we're probably looking to maybe towards the end of next week at the earliest, just because I think James, and it'll probably take you a little bit of time to put that sort of exhibit together, which we want to get to everyone before we actually meet. Okay, so I'll get you some options, Troy, once we just touch base on how quickly we can have that together.
Okay, that sounds good.
Great. Awesome. Well, everybody gets 3 minutes back, so we appreciate it.
All right, thanks, Heather.
Thanks so much. Have a great day, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, see ya.
I'm Christina Sorrento. I'm the chief of the Intake and Regulatory Coordination Division, and this is the DRC meeting for Bradley Hills Grove Section 2. The reviewer is Saquon Gatling, and he has brought up the plan for us. The purpose of this meeting is for the applicant to ask any questions you have based upon the comments that you receive. Saquon will highlight any of the major issues and then turn it over to the applicant. This meeting is being recorded and live streamed. Saquon?
Thanks, Christina. As she said, this is the DRC for the Bradley Hills Grove Section 2 and also the 8509, 8513 Meadowlark Lane Forest Conservation Plan for the plan you see on the screen, which is a subdivision of 4 lots with easement area proposed. The comments went out on Friday last week. Some of the major comments I'll highlight here are from transportation and planning. We mentioned the need for a 15-foot buffer with 6-foot sidewalk for the right-of-way. County transportation also mentioned exploring more trees in the buffer where the road is off center. And there are also some comments for just labeling the slope from the driveways. The slope is pretty major here, which has some impact on a few areas there. Also wanted to mention for the fourth conservation plan, there were comments to explore the wall design and configurations per comments that went out. There were also overall easement comments to help sharpen that up for the forest conservation requirements, and also exploring retaining screen plantings or addressing replacements for planting screen plants for any removed. I'll turn it to the applicant with any specific questions that we can address here.
Let me unmute myself here. Thank you, Saquon. Nice to see a few of you all in person. I'm Lane Kirkton with Cass Engineering. And so if it works for all of you, I'll just kind of walk down the comments list, and for anyone who's there, you know, if those reviewers are there, then we can clarify what's going on with each comment. And if there's no further action, then we'll just move on. Does that work for everyone?
Sure.
So I am looking at the comments on the preliminary plan first. So as I walk down here, in terms of the fire department access comments, we don't need any additional clarification. Those comments were pretty clear from Marie. Do we have a representative from WSSC at the meeting today?
Yes.
Yes.
She is Karen Carpio from WSSC.
This is Shari?
No, Karen Carpio, I am the supervisor.
Okay, great. So we didn't have too many questions on the comments provided. One thing in terms of the initial comment, it is comment reference 6. This is a discussion that we can have offline, but basically there was an issue highlighted about a conflict between the existing sewer line underneath the drainage swale on Meadowlark Lane, and that conflicting with the proposed driveway culverts. I know that's not an ideal condition, and it is the existing condition for the entire length of Meadowlark Lane. So that's something that I will just reach out to you or Shari to coordinate further.
Yeah, you will need to coordinate with Sherry. We don't allow any structure under or over our existing structure, but that can be discussed what how we can fix the problem. Sometimes we have requirements to allow it, but that is a further discussion that you will need to have with the reviewer.
Great. Okay, I will reach out to Shari to discuss that further. Next up, it looks like understood that we will apply for separate connection permits at the time of building permit application. Yeah, and just walking through the WSSC comments, it looks like we don't have any questions or further clarification needed. You keep walking down through here. And then I guess, yeah, I'll follow up with Shari regarding the culverts and the sewer and water house connections. And okay, I'm just walking through them on my end. Okay, so in terms of WSSC, I think that's really our only point that we'll need to follow up in terms of coordinating a resolution to that comment.
Okay, perfect.
And then moving on to area transportation, comments from Katie Mancarini.
Hey there. How can I
Hi,
help?
Katie. All right, so the first comment here is note that Meadowlark Lane is classified as a neighborhood street per the Complete Streets Design Guidelines. This requires a 15-foot buffer and a 6-foot sidewalk for open section streets.
Yeah.
And then the following comment is stating that Meadowlark is classified as a tertiary residential street, and therefore 50-foot right-of-way is the total right-of-way needed. No further dedication is necessary. So, and then I guess the next comment is a follow-up on that as well.
Sure.
And so looking through the Complete Streets, we see where the 15-foot buffer and 6-foot sidewalk recommendation is coming from.
Okay.
And the clarification that I'm looking for is there a typical section, maybe it's 2001.03, which would be the applicable section to provide further direction in addition to the 15-foot buffer and 6-foot sidewalk. Is that the correct typical section reference for us to use?
Great question. Thank you for a very thorough and clear ask. So generally speaking, we're trying to get away from the typical sections that we've had before, but I'll let Billy at MCDOT chime in. Generally speaking, I think what Billy and I were trying to get at is that there are other means by which you can achieve that sidewalk if it is technically outside the 50-foot right-of-way, in your case, 25 feet from the center line. If perhaps a PIE or a PUE could make that work. If you're looking for specific dimensions, I recommend touching base with Billy, but keep me in the loop so that we're all on the same page so that I don't give you conflicting direction. But I think that's sort of where we're going with that. So it may be able to be achieved without right-of-way dedication. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, yeah. And that was my next question, was just looking at the DOT sections and looking at the space that we actually have available, because the existing roadway is not centered in the right-of-way. You know, a 15-foot buffer plus 6-foot sidewalk plus maybe a 1-foot buffer on the other edge of the sidewalk is 22 feet, where we have a minimum of 13.5 feet from edge of pavement to right-of-way on our side of the street. So we'll need to figure out, we're just looking for further direction on how we're going to achieve fitting those elements, and whether that, you know, exactly like what you said, is in a PIE, further dedication, kind of coordinating those pieces further. So it sounds like you and Billy will be the two people that I can coordinate that furder with.
Yes, this is Billy Whalen, and yes, you can do it in overlapping PIE, PUE. We don't want that old standard reference that's shown on there. So you'll show your cross section, and if it goes outside of that right away, which it looks like it will, kind of on the left of the plan.
Yeah.
That's where you'll need the overlapping PIE, PUE. I don't know if it can fit in as it gets further to the right, but
it can, and then it'll get narrow again.
Yeah.
As well. Yeah. And so with that sidewalk, you know, even if it's in a PIE, it'll kind of start in a PIE, go back into the right of way, and then back into a PIE. If we kind of hold a 15-foot buffer and then the 6-foot sidewalk, are there any is there any other direction in terms of priorities for putting together that section? There's a shoulder, sometimes there's a requirement for a shoulder and then a drainage swale. And so we typically look to the typical section for those requirements. Is there any further direction or priorities that we need to hold for developing that section?
This is Rebecca. What you can do is you can kind of use that as a guide for your shoulder. I don't think that the Complete Streets really deals with open section roadways as much. So I think that we might have, I don't know, Billy, did Andrew give you any cross section that showed a shoulder?
No, there wasn't. He just had dimensions on there. I'm trying to verify with him because he said it could possibly go down to even a 9-foot buffer, as little as a 9-foot buffer.
Right. So are you all proposing to put in the shoulder?
I think we're looking to understand kind of the direction that you all would like us to take this in.
I think that whatever sidewalk dimension we gave you, you should use that. So then we have to look at, can you realistically put in a swale? Because I assume it's open section, right?
It's open section and there's an existing drainage swale on that side of the road.
So why don't you take the existing drain, so the swale, wherever you put the swale or wherever the existing swale is, then you'd want to have some kind of like 1 to 2 feet before the swale starts, because you don't want the sidewalk to, fall into the swale. So
Understood.
some kind of landing between this existing swale and the sidewalk. So then you put your sidewalk in, and then you'd have a 1 to 2 foot maintenance strip. And so your PIE would start at, or your PUE would start at the property line. And then the additional PIE, the PUE, so the PUE is 10 feet. So if you have a sidewalk or something like that, that the PUE should be expanded by the width of the PIE.
Sure. Okay.
So you got the existing elements. Basically, all you're doing is trying to fit the sidewalk, the width of the sidewalk that they tell you, into that area. And then again, we want a landing, 1 to 2 feet, so you don't fall into the swale, theoretically, if it were built. And then, so the other thing is that, are they building the sidewalk?
So that is kind of my follow-up question. And so we've worked through a few situations like this where we believe we might be in a situation where we will apply for a sidewalk waiver later down the road, when this gets to DPS right of way. And so there is no sidewalk in this neighborhood. We've gotten sidewalk waivers on other projects in the area. There's no sidewalk to connect to on either side, nor on Meadowlark Lane or Burning Tree Road. And so I would like to clarify what the requirement will be and what the language of that requirement will be in terms of when we can apply for that sidewalk waiver. I'm assuming it's at after the record plat has been recorded and when it gets into the DPS right of way
I can
jurisdiction.
I could provide some indications, information. Lane, this is Sam over at DPS right away.
Hi, Sam.
First, hi, nice to meet you. After normally with the introduction of Complete Streets, we have tried to change the direction of how we design the road section. We are moving away from having a road section itself. We are kind of getting the roads piece by piece to building a full section with Complete Streets. So as Rebecca mentioned, normally you have to pick the pieces that we are giving you, for example, the sidewalk width along with the swale, the way you want to design it. You put it together and you come up with the entire right-of-way that you need. If you can fit the entire thing within the existing right-of-way, fine. If not, additional PIE is required. So it's all case-by-case basis. It's not like a road section that we could give you. This is the way you have to do it, especially because in this case, a road is not centered in the right-of-way.
Right.
So please just try to look into it and design your section, and accordingly we could review it. Go ahead, Rebecca. I'm sorry.
Pam, I've had conversations with the attorney that we don't want PIEs if there's no facility there. Are we still going with that? That was the thing. So if they're not
Yeah.
building the sidewalk.
Yeah, it's all, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. No, no, I'm sorry, Sam. Go
No,
ahead.
because this is a DOT DPS thing. So Sam.
Right. Again, yeah, I mean, Rebecca, this is as I mentioned earlier, this is a case by case basis. We first have to see how much room do we need inside the right of way. This, as I mentioned, the road is not centered, so we have plenty of room on that side. It's just a matter of according with the land, accounting for landing, the amount of swell that you need, the width of the sidewalk, and the maintenance for sidewalks, so on and so forth. Do we have enough room or not? And based on that, we could determine the next step. And also, just answering what Lane asked about the sidewalk waiver, the sidewalk needs to be designed and shown on the plan. And once you come to the permit, as part of the right-of-way permit, we will evaluate your request for waiver and proceed accordingly. If the waiver is granted, we'll get the equivalent cost of construction of the sidewalk at that point.
Understood, Sam. Thank you.
One thing I'd like to add is like if it turns out that we're not having a sidewalk, I'd really like to show that the grading is going to be achieved in the meantime, so that if we do have funding to go back and construct a sidewalk in the future, that's one less thing to be done. So if we can show that on the plans, and especially like I chime in with everything that Sam said, we want to show them at this stage, you know, as you go through the process for permits and stuff, that's when you would pursue your waiver. But we'd like to see the grading there no matter what.
Understood. And that is a challenge on this project. So I understand wanting to see that.
We used to require grading for development, so they'd grade out where the sidewalk is. So you could theoretically have them do that.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking for, Rebecca. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
And so, Sam, just while I have you here, I know to achieve a 15-foot buffer and a 6-foot sidewalk, we do not have space in the right of way for the entire frontage of the project. So there will need to be either further dedication or a PIE. On the left side that you're looking at, it's about 13.5 feet at that pinch point from edge of pavement to right of way. And then I think it's about 16 feet on the plan right side. So in that case, the sidewalk is going to go through a PIE on the left, back into the right of way, and then back into a PIE. And for my information, while we're preparing this section, is that an acceptable condition? Or is that a situation that would put you into a right-of-way dedication type conversation?
This is Sam, if you don't mind, this is Atik from DPS right-of-way. I mean, if the sidewalk is not feasible, why are we going through this practice? Why don't not go through a waiver process now? Park planning is here, DPS is there, DOT is here. Pay the fee now. I mean, just waive it. I don't see why you have to go through the practice and then waive it later.
Respectfully, we have a policy that the planning board signed off on like last year. I can send that to you, that says that that's not the way that we're going to do this process, that we are going to go through the planning process with showing sidewalks and roadways that conform with the CSDG and other plans that we need to find conformance with. And then, you know, if this happens separately during the right-of-way permitting process, like that's completely fine. But this is the direction that we've been given very loud and clearly.
Yeah, but you guys also we do have a joint effort of collecting the fee at this point.
We do if they qualify, which this one does not. So we do have an exclusionary clause that says if your project is of a certain size and density, you can automatically, you know, qualify for the fee, and that becomes the condition of approval. And we don't need to see the sidewalk on the plans. But if they do not, which this case does not, we need to move forward as if we're going to be getting a sidewalk.
Okay. All right, that's fine.
Atik, I appreciate the question because I had the same question.
Right.
So thanks for bringing that up.
No problem.
So
okay. I think that answers and then so in terms of who will be, is it just going to be Billy and Katie that I should reach out to in terms of further coordinating the section that we're going to prepare for this section of Meadowlark? does anyone
Yes,
else? Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay to move on with everybody? Great, okay. Walking down, please dimension the driveway widths. We will do that. Please label the maximum slope on the driveways. We will also do that. Can someone clarify the reason for that information, or if there's any requirement that we need to be adhering to? I wasn't aware of a specific driveway maximum requirement.
No, there isn't one. So forgive me if there's any confusion there. So I just wanted to first champion that if you guys are showing 12 feet, if that's accurate, that's great. What we're trying to do with our Vision Zero policy, again, assuming there's a sidewalk here, I know it's kind of a powder keg question, but we want to reduce as many conflicts as possible. And so like narrower driveways are generally better. So like, I just wanted confirmation that if it's there, we can highlight that in our staff report and cheer you on if that's the direction you're going.
Great, okay, because these will be very steep driveways. The existing driveways go up to 24% for the two existing houses that are there. So I just wanted to make sure that wasn't going to be a.
Well, in terms of the slope, I do defer to Sam. I think we have said that we tried to get a 12% maximum, and I do have a standard for that if you need it that points to why that is.
Yes, that's correct, Katie. Elaine, if you look at our driveway standards, they set a maximum slope for the driveways in the bike, and it's normally 12%. We normally don't exceed that. So if there's any way to achieve that, it would be great.
So there is not a way to achieve that for this project. And we can provide a 12% maximum within the right of way, or we can try to. We will have walls proposed for these houses, and most of the front yards are graded at 3:1. There's several areas of steep slopes in the front yard that are up to 40% in the existing condition. So anytime it doesn't work out with the to have a 12% driveway when there's 40% slopes that we're kind of trying to absorb. But that is it's part of the condition, and we're also trying to balance that with the pushback on the walls that we received from Marco and the environmental concerns of that. So it's a big balance, but that is one of our biggest design concerns with this project is how steep the front yard is in the existing condition.
Yeah, I mean, within the right of way, general slope should be 2%. That's within the right of way. Anything beyond the right of way, that's something that if you want to propose it that steep, it would cause a lot of issues during the winter time, the usage of driveway and all those stuff. We defer to park and planning on that, but I mean, it seems
understood.
to be very steep.
And the client's aware of that. The client lives in one of the existing houses with the steep driveways, and so we'll look into that further and see if we can mitigate it a little bit as we further develop the plans.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
So we have 1 minute left.
Okay. So I'm gonna skip forward.
Do you need a follow-up meeting after this?
I think, Saquon, are you there representing Marco as well?
Marco is here as well.
Oh, Marco, so hi Marco and Saquon, nice to meet you. I do have a few follow-up questions regarding the forest conservation plan. Maybe the three of us could schedule a separate meeting.
We could do that.
That would be great, because that is the majority of, for the most part, I think we've walked through the preliminary plan comments. I just wanted to kind of understand the reasoning behind some of your comments that you've provided. So if I follow up with you offline, we could set up a follow-up meeting, just the three of us.
We can do that. If there's no other topics to discuss, it'll just be Marco, myself, and you, and we can schedule it from there.
Great.
This is Paul Mortensen. Did you get any of the site design comments from us and the diagram showing a possible alternative of the driveways. We're a little concerned that as the current design shows, it's all about driveways and parking and garage doors, and it seems there could be a fairly minor adjustment that would put those to the side rather than to the front, and then allow the front porch to be the predominant, element on the front of the house facing onto the streets. So did you get those drawings, and did you get our comments on that?
I did get comments just recommending that we look into side load garages as an option. I haven't seen any drawings, so if you could pass those along, that would be great.
Yeah, we'll get that to you.
And so that's something we'll definitely look into. Having a side load garage, I think really the only way that would reduce the pavement in the front yard is if the garage sat way in front of the rest of the house, extended out in front of the house. And these houses, this isn't the final design. This is just a preliminary footprint. And so those types of details, especially on a lot with so much elevation to deal with, these might be custom built houses with basement garages, or, those types of details have not been designed at this point, but it is something that we would consider in final design. And, I appreciate the input there.
Yeah, we'll send you the drawing that we did.
Okay, we actually need to finish up now.
Okay, I think that's it. That's all I have on my end. Jeff, do you have anything to add?
Nothing to add.
Okay, and then we'll follow up with Saquon and Marco on the side.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Christina Sorrento, I'm the Chief of the Intake and Regulatory Coordination Division, and this is the DRC meeting for Chevy Chase Section 5. Your lead reviewer is Adam Bossi. And the purpose of this meeting is for you to ask any questions you have based on the comments you received last week. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded. I will ask Adam to highlight any of the major issues and then turn it over to the applicant.
Thanks, Christina. So Adam Bossi for the record. This is an administrative subdivision plan to create a single lot from an existing unplatted parcel at the ends of Windsor Place. As Christina mentioned, the DRC comments did go out last Friday. The real major issues that were identified were really access related, fire access, and really that was, I think the most major red flag, other than the site being pretty tight, having some steep topography to deal with. So there were a number of design related kind of technical issues that were highlighted in the comments too. With that, I'll let the applicant take over.
Good morning, everybody. Eric Tidd, Cast Engineering. Thank you all for the comments. We will reach out to Marie separately to coordinate all of the comments related to fire department access. Certainly, we could spend hundreds of hours discussing that now, and I think that that's not really a good use of our time. With regards to most of the comments, I think they were relatively self-explanatory, as Adam said. Just a few quick notes. Adam, one of the comments you had was, please explain how this design considers or allows for future access to Outlot A and or for the potential future extension of Windsor Place. This, to my knowledge, I mean, there is no agreement with Section 5 across this parcel to provide that access. That Outlot A, I believe, was created as part of a preliminary plan, which included Lot 6 and 7 and Outlot B, and I believe that that was just a condition at that time. At the current subject property is, I guess, we'll say that it's being reviewed under a different set of rules and regulations where that extension is not necessarily planned for. Certainly in prior discussions with Section 5, there's not really a need or desire to extend that road. Certainly there's environmental constraints, and I don't think any of the neighbors necessarily want that. So I don't think that that's necessarily something that we need to consider. We can certainly get something from Section 5 if you think that that's warranted to sort of resolve that comment.
Yeah, I think this explanation was helpful. Thank you.
Okay. The other comment that I wanted to just quickly touch at was with regards to the access easement that provides access across current parcel 429 to the adjacent parcel 428. You are correct that sort of the language is a little bit ambiguous. We have talked to the client's attorney and we're working on sort of, I guess, if there's a better way to show or identify that on this plan, and we'll make sure that that's addressed on any resubmission. I have not yet seen, Andrew Cole, are you here? Yeah, it looks like you're on. I think you're muted.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. What's up?
Hey, I didn't see comments from Bill. It says denied on the 4th of April, but I don't know that we got notification that those were kicked back.
Okay, I'll look into that and get your comments then.
Okay, thank you. I think that's pretty much it. Adam, the running slope of the property is approximately 15%. Maybe it's a little bit less. So I don't think that it sort of falls under what the current master plan delineates as moderately steep or extremely steep. So I think it kind of falls outside of the, steeply sloping areas that were intended to be preserved. I'm trying to think that's it.
Yeah, I think well, one thing I just wanted to make sure, I sent them to you yesterday. I didn't see them included with the DRC comments on Friday, where I think it was 2, maybe 3 comments from Saquon.
Yes.
So I just want to make sure you got those.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did see those. Saquon, are you on?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So your comments said, I think it said, consider. So as some forest clearing is proposed, consider tree canopy or landscape plantings within this area, which is the retained area of forest to be retained. What kind of guidelines would I need to consider? I mean, are we talking trying to plant like a specific quantity?
This was in line with the sort of the master plan goals as well, which have good environmental reinforcement for the area. There's no specific quantity, just as there will be some forest clearing as the plan shows, having some replantings would be more in line with master plan recommendations. So whether as it goes for the quantity, we can discuss ideals as we look into what can fit there and also what the design of that area will be if there's any revision. So that's something you and I can have dialogue on as we move forward.
Okay, and that could just be shown as part of the preliminary plan or the administrative subdivision, not have to go back and revise the approved tree safe plan?
Yes, we can address that here as well.
Okay.
There was also a comment regarding BRLs. Did you see that?
I did. I will reconfirm with zoning. Oh, no, your BRL. And that BRL is just specific to buildings, right? I think we've started to see those BRLs pop up on some forest conservation plans or tree safe plans, and just want to make sure that would be specific to buildings, not necessarily improvements or grading.
Yeah, specific to buildings, just to further protect the sensitive area that was highlighted on the plans and the tree safe plan.
Okay. I think that's it. I think that's all I got. Again, comments were relatively self-explanatory. We will confer with Marie separately and keep you guys posted on how that goes. Obviously, that can play a major role in what ultimately gets shown on these plans. So we'll keep you guys updated.
Eric, thank you. That's helpful. If you do end up having a conversation with Marie sometime like this week or something, and you're planning for it, could you just include me on that? I'd just love to listen for my own knowledge, if that's possible.
Yeah, sure.
Does anybody else?
I do. Sorry, I do have one more question. With regards to, or comment, I guess I could say, with regards to sidewalk, we will talk to section 5 about the need or desire for sidewalk, which ultimately I would assume would require some type of PIE because there's a relatively small space along that frontage for that sidewalk. I think previous discussions with section 5, when we had looked at this under a preliminary plan application, they were hesitant to support sidewalks.
Yeah. And that's fine, as long as I have something in writing that says that that's not something that they're pursuing. It's their road, so that's fine. I just need that every time you have a new application, just to make sure it's still the case.
Nope, that works. I understand. That's what I figured, but again, I just figured I'd throw it out there.
No, I appreciate it.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
I am Christina Sorrento. I'm the Chief of the Intake and Regulatory Coordination Division. And this is the DRC meeting for Grace UMC Senior Apartments. Your lead reviewer is Saquon Gatling, and he is pulling up the plan as we speak. The purpose of this meeting is for you to ask any questions based upon the comments that we gave you. And this meeting is being live streamed and recorded. I'll have Saquon highlight any major things and then turn it over to you. Go ahead, Saquon.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Saquon, your reviewer for the concept plan here for Grace UMC Senior Apartments. Because this is a concept plan, we no resubmittals here. We'll be bringing in future applications for this application. Some of the major comments were from transportation and fire access. I'll highlight there were curb cut and access issues into the site. They just wanted more information to verify the circulation within the site and for all needs. There were also parking and loading concerns regarding the layout of the proposed new building and lot, and also just making you aware of the required frontage improvements for the site. And there were also comments on the SOJ regarding clarification, just require findings and making sure that you're providing all the information you can for the building height and compatibility issues, in particular for the adjacent single-family neighborhoods to the rear. With that, I'll turn it over to the applicant for any questions you might have.
Sure. So first of all, thank you everyone for reviewing this. We really appreciate it. Obviously, a lot of work has gone into this from you guys. So first thing is definitely a thank you for going through with as much detail as you have. From my end, I've gone through this a couple times. I think just getting some clarification on a couple of the key points, but ultimately just kind of getting understanding of your guys' view of the project from a permitting standpoint and what we can expect as we go through the process is what I was looking for here. So I don't know.
You want to start at the top or
Yeah, I guess we could just start at the top. So the first one, well, I guess I'll turn it back. I know you said those were your couple key concerns. Do you guys want to go through your key concerns first, just so we can hear them again as we're going through the list, and then turn it back to us, or how would you like to do this? We're kind of open to whatever you guys prefer.
So it's your meeting here. We can lead off with any questions you might have. If there are specific comments you want to go over, so you can have everything you need for upcoming submittals, that'd be great. Or if you just want to go through the list as it is, we can take advantage of the, I believe, 25 minutes we have for this meeting.
Yeah, I would love to run through the list, and honestly, I thought it was pretty thorough. Like, I don't have a ton of questions, but as we get to I think I will have probably two. So as we get to those, I could just ask them then if that works for you guys.
If those are burning concerns, we can start with those and take care of those, and then we can leave room for anything else remaining at the end.
Okay, the first one, the first question I had was about, and I have to find it on a paper printout, still in the Stone Age here, but it was about being a corner lot and how many entrances you have. I know this is obviously, we're planning on only having really 2 curb cuts on the entire site. So I know that was something that was brought up, but I just want to make sure that our plan is clear in the sense of, what's there now would be kind of remedied in a way that, it's contingent or contiguous until you guys can't see my screen, except for effectively the entrance on Kentland and Larch. And there will only be 1 entrance on each of those roads.
So this is Katie Mencrini. That's from me. It's area transportation.
Okay.
I appreciate that clarification because it was a little bit, we were unclear. So
Gotcha.
I think in my comment, forgive me if I'm wrong, I think I cited where in the code it says this, but generally speaking, we need to see 1 curb cut for the whole lot. If you want more than that, we have to make a finding for alternative compliance, which I believe is 6.10. And there's some findings that go in there, whether it's, for the benefit of health and safety and things of that nature. And so I think in my comments, I also said, if we were to possibly entertain an alternative compliance finding here, We would strongly recommend a one-way circulation. So if one of those driveways was in only and the other one was out only, that's how we've made that finding on sites before. But really, we would be looking for you to explore the options to just have a single curb cut.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense. I appreciate that.
Sure.
The only reason, so the reason I'm thinking through it and kind of would think that we would need two would really be for the fire safety side of things, just to make sure.
So when you have to make that finding for like health for public safety, that's an easy one.
Yeah, okay. My concern was that, if you had an actual fire at the building and you only had one way in and one way out, you'd then have a fire truck potentially having to pull a U-turn in a somewhat tight parking lot. So that was kind of why. Yeah. But I do hear you loud and clear on the one way, and that makes sense. And we can work through that on our side. Then, okay, and then the next kind of question I had was, because this is over 50 units, we'll need a loading and unloading space.
Right.
Is there any requirement for what that is, or is it really just kind of a parking space designated as a loading space?
So under 6.2, you'll see that there's a section at the very end called loading. And it will say what your design vehicle is and then what it should be. I think typically the smallest size is 10 by 30. And then there's a height that is not on the tip of my tongue. But so if you're having it enclosed within that structure, you would have a height requirement. Or if it's off of the three public roads, but interior to the site, you don't necessarily have to have it enclosed. If that makes sense.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, we'll work with our architect on that and look into it just to make sure. I hear you. Okay. Yeah, those were probably my two.
And then my question was about the height, or the, it's not compatible with the current housing around it. How do we kind of talk through that? The one comment.
So that comment was sort of making sure that in your future submittals, you address that requirement for compatibility, just knowing that this use will be taller than the uses around it. You correctly cited the code where you can go up to a certain height. Just make sure you explain the steps you're taking, how you meet those requirements, and things of that nature. It was just a little bit lacking in the description provided.
Okay, so we just need more of an explanation why we're within the code and that we're trying to maintain compatibility with other existing housing around it. Is that right?
Right, and just making sure we have enough information to confirm those findings that you are reporting.
Okay.
And once we get a submittal in to see how you address that comment, we can provide further clarification to make sure that's sharpened up to the extent possible.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, well, and with that, should we include different community outreach we've been doing, things like that as well?
Yes, that'd be great as well.
Okay. Okay. Let me see. Since we are just doing questions first, let me just make sure, because I think I might have had.
I will also point out that this also requires to go through the city of Tacoma Park, so you'll meet their tree save and stormwater requirements as well.
Yep.
You hear of that?
Yeah, I appreciate that, and we actually have Ira Caller on from the city of Tacoma Park, and he's really been instrumental in helping us work hand in hand with the city as well as the mayor, just trying to make sure that regardless of, the permitting side with Montgomery, we want to make sure that Tacoma Park is on board with the project, and they've been a great partner in helping us kind of, see to their neighborhood master plan, which is really helpful. One other question I had was for parking on the site. Obviously, we would have parking underneath the building. and we'll actually be creating additional parking for the church. Where and how would we kind of go about getting some type of variance? Because I do believe we would be under the total requirement if you looked at them as kind of separate entities. Like if you look at the church as one and then you look at the building as one, I don't know that will meet the current parking requirements exactly. So what would be kind of your guys' recommendation of how to go about that process and put up a strong case as to why we believe the existing proposal makes sense from a parking standpoint?
So here are your options. So I'll be honest with you, from what you provided, I wasn't able to figure out how much parking was required at a minimum for the church. So with a future submittal, and we can also do this before you submit, it's something we can talk about. We need to have like clear understanding. I think it's like by the seats in the church or something like that. So we can look at the parking table together, but we want to see what they are separately. There are a couple different routes you can go. One is see if there's a possibility of a parking waiver. That's something that we can look into. Some arguments for that would be proximity to transit, if that's the case. I don't know that that applies here. Or, if you have parking utilization rates for the church, like you're just seeing that people aren't using it as much, that might be a good way to justify it. Another thing to look into, but I don't know, again, if this would be a good candidate because I haven't run the numbers myself, there are opportunities for shared parking. I just don't know if these two uses are compatible for that because generally on weekends, both of these uses would be at their highest. But so those are kind of the avenues that are in the code, and that's all under 6.2 parking and loading.
Okay. Got it. Thank you. That is really what I had. I guess before we just start going through it, I would ask if any of the other parties involved with our team, whether that be Capstone, which is Tony and Dr. Bob, or Pastor Norte and Sam, or Ira, if you guys have any questions or thoughts before we just kind of move into going through each section, I'd say now would be a great time.
Yeah, this is Tony Vaz. I had a question about the parking issue. If the church is, there are very few congregants at the church right now, and if they were to increase their members, would there be a possibility to talk? I think Pastor Norte is online, and he has already spoken to the Catholic Church across the street, and they have a school across the street too. Would there be a possibility to get a shared parking agreement with the offsite across the street?
Yeah, that's a great question. So one of the things that is covered under the 6.2 is findings that are necessary for a shared parking agreement. So I think we'd be looking for like a formal agreement between the two parties. It's covered in more detail there. I don't have it all memorized, but there are opportunities for that. I think, and just this is a heads up again, I'm not positive about this, but if you're going to be sending an application with a shared parking agreement that may affect your noticing, like it's not a problem. It's just like something that you would want to highlight on the sign. Double check that, or we can look at it together if you're unclear. But we have entertained shared parking offsite. There are some rules though about how far away. So you said across the street, right?
Yeah, directly north of
Larch.
Yeah. Great. Okay, good. So we're not crossing New Hampshire Avenue. That was my next
question.
No, yeah. Great. Okay. And I think the furthest distance is like 0.25 miles. So you'd be within that. So I would definitely take a look at that section of our code. And if you have any questions about it, I'm happy to talk about it with you.
Thank you very much. May I ask another question as to next steps as far as submittal is concerned? I think this is just a concept submittal. I would presume that you would need a scoping as far as traffic is concerned. and we obviously have to take care of all these comments. And I think we probably need to come in and collaborate with you and try to find some solutions to some of these issues. And is that something that we could reach out to the relative officials on this call?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah,
excellent.
We can either talk about this concept plan further, if this is still your starting point, or if you guys make revisions and want to just kind of come in before you officially submit, we'd be happy to do a pre-application meeting with you to talk about findings. My recommendation to you, if it's not too much trouble, if you can send any thoughts that you have in advance, that will help us be more prepared for that meeting with you, so that we can give you more valuable feedback instead of being on spot, because as you can tell, I don't have everything memorized.
Absolutely.
But yeah,
you have a fair amount memorized though.
Do my best. But yeah, no, we're happy to work with you and kind of talk through some different options and how we've handled them on other similar cases in the past.
That'd be wonderful. Yeah.
That's all I got, Grant.
I just wanted to verify, in the future submittals, we're looking at a conditional use application, and that's what you're going to come in with in the future?
A conditional, what? Sorry, I didn't understand.
Are you guys looking to do a conditional use application going forward? I just wanted to confirm that.
Yeah.
Yes, we would eventually. Once, I think our kind of general thought, and not to get too technical, is that, you know, we're here to collaborate with you guys and work together, and it's awesome that we can have meetings like this and get as much feedback as we've gotten, versus putting in our, you know, application for permitting or conditional use and then getting, you know, all the comments then. I mean, I think the ultimate plan for this is to get to a point where we feel comfortable and we understand what you're asking, and, you know, to put in our use approvals and get the final permitting. Obviously, that's a long process. One thing I did have a question on, or just to comment on, just so I think we're all kind of on the same page, is that as part of this project, we would need to subdivide these lots into probably not both a subdivision and a recombination of the lots. So really, ultimately, where we're going to put the new building would be on one single lot that is separate from the church, just so we all understand, because I know that sometimes can create additional complications. Now, the church will own both. The church is going to retain ownership of all the land, and the project would be on the land that is owned by the church. And there will be, of course, cross easements and things because of the proximity and how close they are to each other. But I just wanted to make that everyone aware of that kind of concept, because sometimes you don't think about that till it's pretty far into the process.
And I think also I'm Elza Heisel-McCoy. I'm the chief of Down County Planning. I think in our comment summary, this is a concept plan. Yes. So in our comment summary, we will include the process steps moving forward, all of the ones that you'll need to do before permitting, just so that you're clear.
Oh, that'd be wonderful. Thanks.
Suppose it can fit 6,000 square feet. How big is your lot right now?
Tell you. All in, it's 1.7 acres.
Oh.
You'll be fine.
Okay.
Okay.
What's the subdivision? You know.
So you'll have to go through the preliminary plan process after the conditional use.
Okay, so we would get the conditional use first, then subdivide?
Yeah, the conditional use will come in. It goes to the planning board for a recommendation and then to the hearing examiner for the final approval. Once that is approved, then the preliminary plan can go to the planning board, go to the planning board for the planning board's approval of the preliminary plan.
Got it. Okay, good to know. Thank you.
And it looks like the hearing examiner can approve a 40-foot height, but we're going to double check to make sure that you wouldn't have to go through a site plan as well. It looks like you wouldn't need to, but we'll confirm and include that in our memo.
So 40 feet above.
So the R60 zone has a height of 35 feet is your maximum height. In a residential zone, it'll, with a site plan on a single family house, you can go up to 40 feet, but that would require a site plan approval. Because this is a conditional use, we need to check with the hearing examiner to see if she is the one that will be, that would approve a height greater than the 35 feet.
Okay, gotcha. Got it.
And that will essentially be from the curb. If this is a through block lot, right? So I think we can work with you on that, but it looks like some of your floor to floor heights are in excess of 10 feet. So you may need to, I think we'll need to have a discussion about that because I think the 40 is going to be your limit.
Okay. Right.
We need to wrap
Is the
up.
existing church higher than 40 feet? So, yeah, that's not quite it.
If you can reach out to the staff if you have further questions or,
Yep.
Next steps.
No,
Yeah.
I think we got it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, this has been really helpful. Thank you all. Seriously, this is great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye. Christina Sorrento, I'm the Chief of the Intake and Regulatory Coordination Division, and this is the DRC meeting for Cashel Estates 2. Your lead reviewer is Jonathan Casey, and the purpose of this meeting is for you to ask any questions based upon the comments you received. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded, and we'll turn over to Jonathan to highlight any larger issues and then turn over to the applicant. Jonathan.
All right. I'm Jonathan Casey with Up County Planning. Just highlight where you are. This is only just north, or Durwood rather, just north of the ICC. The original Cashel Estates is just north of that on Garrett Road. And this is the subject property, kind of has a little bit of panhandle. Dean, I think you've probably seen our sketches. So let's just jump into questions.
Yes, I think the major, and there's like 5 areas that I just want to focus on because I don't have much time, and then I would like to schedule a follow-up meeting to go into more detail, as to how and why I came up with what I came up with. But the first was from the Housing and Community Affairs that the MPDU should be dispersed throughout the project, and that, I understand that, and I know that that's been around for a long time, but these are designed for life units, and they, if to have a 2-story MPDU attached to one of the other units, it would be technically incompatible with the construction of the units. And I know, we can get into this more later, but the idea was not to isolate them, but the idea was to align the compatible design structure of the architecture because of the elevator and how the units will be built. And, the mere fact that it has to be IBC as opposed to IRC to meet the fire code requirements. And to keep the cost down is kind of the biggest, one of the biggest ideas, because the regular units that we are building, that's a replication from phase 1. The average cost of each unit, just the construction cost is $500,000 just for the construction cost. And the idea was to try to simplify the MPDUs and combine them to be able to lower the cost so that they would be affordable to the community.
Yeah, hi, this is Maggie Gallagher from DHCA. Thank you for that explanation. If you could possibly put that in writing and send us an email, just a brief memo or a letter just describing why they do have to be clustered at that end of development, so we can include it in our agency approval letter once we get to that point. Then we could likely move forward with the units as are, but would definitely need to give it a review with the insight in mind.
I understand, and I know that the purpose is that it be affordable, and that's the primary goal, that the AMI, be it 40, 50, or 60% is met, and that we can deliver a first quality unit that's affordable.
Yep.
And I just have a brief question. I know, I have 6 units, depending on how you calculate this, Jonathan, it's, 6 units can be figured 6 out of 21, 6 out of 27, or 6 out of the combined phase 1 and phase 2 will still meet the requirements. And I'm not quite sure how that's going to be reviewed, and so that I can put it into the narrative going forward.
Yeah, Dean, phase 1 is done.
Okay.
This is a completely separate application.
Yeah, I understand, and I was trying to accommodate. It's it's certainly helpful to be above the threshold, the 15% threshold. And if we can be at 25% of 27, that would be certainly, the optics would be a lot better, that we're exceeding the minimum requirements. And I would like to be able to present that. And if that's what you're saying, that's what I'll do.
Yep, so the 6 would be considered by DHCA out of the total 27 for 22.22% MPDUs of the total development for this application.
Okay, very good. And all right, so then moving to DOT transportation, I guess there is I understand the issue with the alignment and with the leg from the secondary access from phase 1. That and I'll briefly explain that hasn't been built because COVID pretty much killed any money we had for phase 1, and it's on the books to be built, but the funding isn't available to build it until we build this. And if we can't build this, then it's going to have to be built because we're obligated to do that.
That's unacceptable. We conditioned that. We wanted that access point. And so to me, that's unacceptable.
Rebecca, we did, there was an amendment that we moved the trigger back for this entrance, and there are units tied to the construction of that entrance, I believe. So it is going to get built.
But they're saying with this phase, it has to be with the first phase of development.
Yeah, this is, I guess, hypothetically, they could wait until this is built to build that little section, but
we're working right now to actively working to fund phase 2, and as soon as phase 2 is funded, then it will be built, which will happen prior to anything happening on phase 2. I mean, I don't know if that's acceptable, but we're just we essentially ran out of money on phase 1 because everything just was terribly with the COVID and inflation and everything. And we're trying to raise money to get everything finished in phase 1, which includes the secondary access. And we're doing that by raising money for this project we're looking at, but it will be built before anything.
So the road alignment, as you shown here, is not approvable. You have to align with the driveway across the street. And that's where we're at, so.
Okay, and then I'll have to make that adjustment. And just to...
Dean, I was just going to add, I think that also matches with some of the comments that we had to provide a little bit of buffer from the rear yards of the existing residential homes to the left. So if you create a little bit of buffer, which I think Jonathan maybe is going to get into it, or Roberto, that might help also with aligning the driveway with the opposite side.
So I wasn't going to dig too deep into our concept, except to address any questions you have since this is your meeting. But on this sketch, I maintained the current access point. If DOT sounds like it's going to have to align with the adjacent one, there is actually a slight curve in this road, just because it parallels the back of the existing properties, which also has a curve in their lot lines. This could be slid, kind of scooched over a little bit to the right. I don't know how that would affect the conceptual layout, but it sounds like
well, we would
you're gonna have to address that.
We would support that because it creates more buffer from the property to the left, as well as preserves the existing trees that are there. Jonathan is nodding. He's saying yes. So
Yes, it's in
so
my comments.
We can work on that to provide, you know, a buffer and dedicate it or to and create an easement so that if the next door properties were to be developed, that they would have access and there would be no spite strip. That's no issue. And you know, I just redid a plan for lot 10, and which is the house at the corner of Redland and Garrett. He rebuilt his house, and that will never be redeveloped in the next foreseeable future. And I've talked to the people on lots 8 and 9, and they have no interest either. The properties further to the south, you know, the turnaround that I have shown here was for the mainly for the purpose of fire department access, but it could serve as a future extension if anything ever were to be developed in the future.
Yeah, I don't think we're overly concerned about connecting lots 8 and 9 in a theoretical redevelopment case. I think let's just stick to the comments that we provided.
No, I was focused on fire department access turnaround, you know, in a hammerhead fashion that would satisfy fire access. And as far as there was a comment from DOT about 20-foot driveways. Is that a new standard now as opposed to 18 feet?
This is not a driveway. You have more than 4 units on a lot, and therefore it has to be considered a private road.
Okay, so I mean.
So you need to follow the public road standards for a private road.
So in phase 1, when I developed that, the rule of thumb that I followed was 18 feet from the house to the sidewalk. And I'm just asking if that has changed now.
Dean, you're talking about driveways for the individual units, correct? Or are you
Correct.
talking about the actual
No.
alleys?
The actual alleys are 20 feet for fire department access. I was referring to the actual private driveways for each individual unit.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It's 18 to 20 feet.
And then I guess that follows up with, there's a comment further in there that has the standard changed for private sidewalks to be 6 feet as opposed to 5 feet now?
Yeah, our standard is 6 feet.
I know that's in the public right of way, but as it goes on to these private alleys, is it 6 feet now?
Well, that's a different point because the overarching comment there is to determine if those are alleys or roads, and we need to know what they are because there seems to be it's not clear if they're front loaded, rear loaded, what those streets alleys are. If they're alleys, technically by the code, sidewalks are not allowed on alleys. So that's something to be aware of, why we want to be sure that we know if they're front loaded or rear loaded and how those buildings are oriented.
They would be rear loaded in the same fashion as phase 1 was rear loaded. And in phase 1, I had 5-foot sidewalks on alleys designed to the private road standards.
So okay. We just needed to have justification for that because the code does say alleys should not have sidewalks. In this case, I would say our preference is still 6 feet. For an alley, maybe we could be flexible. I mean, it depends on what you need them for. My understanding, this is designed for life, so
if they are in fact going to be used for people in wheelchairs, then 6 feet would be better. But at a bare minimum, anything that's on a true road would need to be 6 feet.
We can discuss that at a follow-up meeting, because that's
the reality is, if it's an alley, and why we have that standard, typically we don't need sidewalks. That the traffic volume is so low that you just share it's essentially a driveway. So I'm not sure if you really need them.
Well, the idea was so that when, you know, the accessible features of the neighborhood provide access for anybody in a wheelchair, so they're not out into the alley or private road.
My concern is that depending on the width of the length of the driveways, people are going to be parking on the sidewalks anyway, if they park their car. So you need to have 18 to 20 feet minimum plus the sidewalk.
Correct.
Because otherwise people are just going to park on it.
That we had 18 feet minimum on phase 1 plus the sidewalk, and people are parking not on the sidewalk in phase 1.
Yeah.
And Dean, just to clarify, I think in phase 1, there was some flexibility on how that road was designed because it functioned more as a private road than a true alley. I mean, it doesn't go anywhere other than to serve these units. And as far as the sidewalks go, I believe the design for life, or the livability standards require that there be at least one no-lip access point for wheelchairs. If that could be achieved at the front of the units, then that would eliminate the need for the sidewalk in the rear, or, you know, vice versa.
What we strive to do is a minimum of 2 no-lip entries, and in at least half of the cases we had 3 no-lip entries, which was highly appreciated by many people.
Okay.
But we can discuss that later.
Yeah, this is Paul Mortensen. I just wanted to make a comment. We worked very hard with you on the phase 1 to actually create a hierarchy between fronting streets and, essentially alleys, and to make it look like it was a real neighborhood. And I think you achieved that on the 2 fronting roads there, where you have, entry walkways and porches, and it's really quite nice. What it looks like right now in this phase 2 is there is a real ambiguity between, what is alley, what is fronting street. Is there a there? Or rather than just really trying to shoehorn in as many townhouses as possible on kind of an odd triangular site. So I think in the drawings that we provided for you, we were trying to take what you had proposed and tried to get it, to create fronts and backs that are distinguishable, and to create kind of a very nice public realm of the streets as well as the space that creates, that there. And so I think, that's currently what is missing in this proposal. And so that's what we're hoping to work with you to try to achieve.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. And we have that up on screen right now. So look, I'm sorry, Rebecca and Marie and others, I don't believe we've been able to share this with you yet. So this is very preliminary in conversation, but we're trying to better organize the units. We're trying to provide the appropriate buffer that we feel is necessary between the properties to the northwest and here. We're trying to better organize your open space, et cetera. So, and again, yes to the conversation about, are these alleys, are they roads, what are these? And once we sort of establish that hierarchy for this community, then I think a lot of our answers, a lot of our questions start to be answered, in how we should ultimately organize these units. So we see what you were proposing. We took a very quick crack at this. We're not, saying you must do this yet. We still need to talk to, obviously, DOT and fire and rescue, others, but again, this is sort of a rough sketch to at least show you a visual. Picture's worth 1,000 words. This is ultimately, you know, an idea of what we're trying to express here. So if there's a visual to go with all the words we're saying, that this is it so far. So, but it's just the beginning of the conversation.
Yeah, Patrick, and just to kind of fill in the loop, I did share this with MCDOT and Fire and Rescue. It was a little late in the game, but I did mention that this is obviously very conceptual.
Yeah, I think we've seen this. I mean, I think the problem though is you don't have 150 foot. You have to have a turnaround at past 150 feet. So.
Yeah,
But I'm not. Marie's not on today, so.
Yeah, we have to wrap up. So please
the
reach
last-
out to. Go ahead.
The last comment I just want to make is that we're, beyond, on this, what we were looking at, beyond lot 13, there is no Garrett Road. That cul-de-sac is on state property. We have made application to the state to purchase the property, but there is political issues with the toll road and a number of different things that Patrick and Robert have witnessed. It could go forward. There is support for it to go forward, but right now, the extension of the road beyond where I have stopped it doesn't exist, in any means, and I'm trying to get it rededicated to Montgomery County as we speak.
Okay, sounds like we need to follow up with some meetings, and then we have more to discuss. So
can we set a time, or?
We will do that immediately after this. I think we need to end for Christina to be able to move her agenda forward with other items. So
I understand.
Yeah. I can't hear whoever's talking.
This is a concept plan, so no. Okay.
This is a concept plan. It will be a conditional use and followed by a preliminary plan.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be.
I'm Christina Sorrento. I'm the Chief of the Intake and Regulatory Coordination Division. And this is your DRC meeting for 16998 Overhill Road. This is a discussion item for the conditional use. The lead reviewer is Mark Beal, and he's attempting to bring up the plan right now. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded. So I'll turn it over to Mark to kind of highlight any of the major issues we should talk about, and then you can ask any questions you have. Go ahead, Mark.
Good afternoon, Mark Beal. What we have here is a senior living facility, independent living facility. ICC is right here. Overhill Road is through here. It's in Durwood, Maryland. This will go through the conditional use process, which we already have that number. And then after that, once that hopefully gets approved, then we will have a preliminary, follow up with a preliminary plan. Concurrently, we're running a
Preliminary forest conservation.
Plans. Thank you. Nothing really major. We've had conversations in the past and redesigned and stuff, so everything looks good. But do you have any major questions for us?
Yeah. All right. So Josh Sloan with FICA, and
Pat Byrne with Community Housing and Robert Byrne.
Community Housing. And I think we have
Joe Burns on the line as well.
So Joe's on the line. Scott Wallace, legal, is on the line. Brad, landscape architect with FICA, is on the line. I think that's most of our team. Yeah, so we'd like to go through a couple things. So one of the first things is the connection, pedestrian connection. This is a touch screen, right? So
I don't think it is.
This was not?
I don't think it is.
Yeah. Until you touch it, Josh.
Good.
I think you're good.
You're good.
All right. So pedestrian connection, all of this land right now, all of this and this piece is all state highway owned. So there's right now a service lane that goes in the ICC right of way to a stormwater pond that's accessed on here, right? And there are a lot of no trespassing, authorized personnel only kind of signs there. We'll try to reach out to state highways, see if they'll allow us even to put some kind of connection. Grading wise, it's a significant difference. We may be able to pull like off of a sidewalk here, come through. I just want to make sure, one, it's safe, and two, of course, SHA allows us to do something there to make that connection. So that's something we're going to, I don't know that we'll be able to resolve before May 22nd, which is our goal to resubmit. But we'll start that right away. I don't think we had any other particular questions on the general plan comments. But we do want to talk about some environmental comments for the FCB. If we could bring that up. Can we bring that up? F2023 0100. Get rid of the senior first.
One last word.
So as Mark's bringing that up.
What was the number again? Sorry.
F2023?
Yep.
0100. So this site has been used by landscape contractors for, I think there are 4 companies on site right now for decades now, under a couple special exceptions. And we're going through the brownfield process to remediate the site because there are some unsuitable soils and some contaminants on site. And a significant portion of the existing stream valley buffer, which runs up, it runs like this. A significant portion of this right now, all the way down to here, are storage, there's like gravel and soil and mulch, and it's mostly compacted gravel. Yeah, you can see all the way down through here. This is all, the long and the short of it is we need to get in there to get stuff out.
Okay, was that in your justification?
Probably not as clearly as it could have been. I'm guessing by your.
If you want to go ahead and write that up, put in your justification, then we can talk about it. If that is the conditions that are stated out there, which is, I've been to the site, so yes, I know. But it will be in the conditions, and we'll come up with some kind of soil remediation, what you need to do for that site. So while you're in there grading, what you can do to make it plantable, because I believe this will come in under the new forest conservation law requires all stream valley buffer to be reforested, regardless of what your worksheet says.
Is it coming down to the new law?
Have you submitted a when was the forest conservation plan submitted? It was submitted after April 3rd, I believe.
It was accepted 5/5.
April 3rd was the official date. I think it was submitted on April 6th, if I'm not mistaken. But I would have to double check the number. But if I'm correct, it would be under the new forest conservation law, if it was submitted after April 3rd.
So this corner is our bad, where we knew was an ask. We can push that out. We can reforest this area to make, and the rest of the buffer is being reforested. So I'll update the justification. We'll make the tweak to this. This is all existing forest offsite. SHA property.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why we were thinking that this was contiguous. We kept it at 50 feet minimum and the 10,000 square feet minimum, and thinking that it's contiguous forest, it would qualify.
But without being offsite, being protected, we can't count it. I did some measurements. If you are above the 20,000 square feet, which I did not measure 20,000 square feet, and I did not measure 50 at each end of each end of it. It gets real close. The way it was measured now, I think it came out to like 21,000 square feet or something like that. But when I cut off a couple of feet on each end where the 50-foot mark worked according to the digital ruler, it wasn't quite 50 feet on the north end and on the planned north and planned southeast.
So if we can expand a little bit down here, we would remove this and that would be offsite or something. There's no existing forest on site.
Right. You'd have to you'd need it on site in a contiguous area that's protected, or you take it off site. I just don't think a standalone easement up against the ICC track between ICC and state highway land is going to be a suitable area for a forest conservation easement, especially at the minimum required sizes.
Okay. All right, so we might move a stormwater facility actually up here because we're piping that around anyway to get down here. If we don't need this, we'll expand down here. That'll give me some room to push this up, maybe expand the dog run a little bit. And then if that opens up this area to maybe a point where we can make the connection if state highway is agreeable.
I think that all sounds better than, yeah. Shifting polygons around a little bit, but I think overall that sounds like the better approach.
Okay.
Yeah, this is just, the first time we've discussed easements and where they're located. I saw it and I measured it out, and it's right on the border, whether it would be minimum of law, and then location of it just didn't seem appropriate. So that's why I made the comment.
I know we have to beef up our mitigation justification.
Mitigation for
trees.
For the variance
trees.
Yeah, I forget what I wrote in the comments. I don't have a copy of them in front of me. Sorry. But yeah, go through your entire mitigation, because it kind of didn't really, not your mitigation, but your justification for your variance seemed awfully light. And when you got into the terms of why, and I think I wrote it out specifically where I thought it was, there were sections in there that read, well, because we can develop it. It didn't really give you an unwarranted hardship, and it didn't really give you a justification for your mitigation, because you didn't affect stream water quality. I think was one of the other sections I commented on, is because you said we're doing stormwater management. Well, stormwater management is another requirement that's already required, but it's separate from the thing. So generally the mitigation is used to offset the water quality treatment, so therefore not affecting the state water quality of the area. So it's more of a bit of moving stuff around and readdressing things. We can talk offline if you want to get into specific language, how you could address it, but it's more about just changing the flow of it to represent what you're really trying to say. So your unwarranted hardship isn't, I have a site that I want to develop. It says, to develop this site, I have to impact A, B, and C because of X, Y, and D, or whatever it is. And that was not in the justification.
Yeah, I think I'll do a quick markup kind of thing,
Yeah.
and maybe we'll
We'll have a phone call and we'll go through it.
There's one other thing that I was thinking we could address now is there was a suggestion to use this as some kind of space. I don't know how much we can do. We do have to take the water that drains from the right of way through this. This is all public right of way. Rebuild this culvert to work grade wise. I mean, this might have a place where we could do like some benches or something, because we will have ability to shuttle the residents. There'll be a place where a shuttle can pick up and drop off for their day trips and things like that are organized. So we could have a waiting area, maybe a little more shade or something there. I didn't know what else there were for thoughts on that. Let's see if I can find that on that. The oval space in front be used for more additional use for residents. So I can do some seating there or something, maybe. Not a whole lot. I think that was it. We can definitely add more trees, street trees along the front. The noise study, is that going to be required before conditional use or with preliminary plan?
It's not required to preliminary plan, but it could affect your layout, which would affect your conditional use. So I would say it's going to be highly recommended that you do the noise study prior to conditional use, because if something comes up in the preliminary plan stage and you have to change, say, layout to address it or add a feature such as a berm or architectural features or something else, that would all affect your conditional use and you'd be right back in front of the hearing examiner again.
The primary area of concern, other than these units, which will have to be treated architecturally, is basically this triangle of open space, right? I mean, we specifically designed it this way because of that buffer.
No, it looks well designed, but without the study, we can't actually see what the levels are. And I'm not sure what the levels on the ICC are. I know it's quiet at times, it's really loud at others. So to get that weighted average would really tell you what it is, what your noise contours are going to be for the site. So while I don't think it's specifically required as the conditional use findings, it will be specifically required at time of preliminary plan. And if it changes anything at preliminary plan, so be it. But I rather design things once rather than twice.
I mean, all of that is correct. I'll also say the wrinkle is occasionally the hearing examiner disagrees with what we think and says, while that is probably required at preliminary or some subsequent step, I want it now to make my finding. So it's just, you're better just to do it now. We could do our whole process, send it over, and she's like, I want it right. And so you might as well just do it now, be done with it. I think it'll be fine. But
Okay.
They're gonna want to know it's fine.
Okay. Was noise study. The stormwater should be in and under review. There was a comment that there's an application but not submitted, so I'll follow up with.
Yes. Andrew Kohler.
Andrew's on.
Andrew, you on? Yes.
Yes, I'm on. Yeah, source system showed it being submitted, but nothing was in our system as far as plan.
I will make sure it's there.
Thank you, Andrew.
That's sort of straightforward and we'll address it.
Thank you.
Thanks. We will be resubmitting before 5/22.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you. Thank you.
Pleasure as always.
Yeah. I think you might be.
Have a good day, everyone.
Bye.